Don't do that right now. I don't need those things opening. Alright. Oh, wait a second, is that... Oh, that was at the, I keep doing that when I see that. I'm supposed to talk to the pyramid to go to that city, and it's like, oh, wait a second. Because they don't have it on the map. Yeah, that's where I thought it was. Did I turn down the sound for you guys when I stopped yesterday? I did. Do they know what we look like? If we just show up, I don't think they... Okay, that minion is actually annoying to have walking around with me.
Lise, what brings you here?
There's no way he doesn't know who that is yet.
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail? Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Populares would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varus's blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varus's orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family. The Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a Dorman citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
His
The servants
adversary.
of chaos
Adversary?
are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Dorma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters.
All right then. The silence.
But come, Lys. You have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance. To make it official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
I don't really think he
As
needs
do I.
convincing of that.
By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done.
Is that-
And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
Isn't that palace like directly on the edge of Garlean territory? Why not go like to Ul'dah? Alright then. I keep meaning to fix that. And she's basically being told to just sit around and wait for a little while. Uh, discussing how we're going to, I guess, stop Doma from being attacked by Asians.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, Yugiri, and correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. 'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Doma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own. In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca.
There's
I am
a
under
place
no
called
illusion.
Dalmasca, huh?
Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Asian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have...
Not if we
Oh, right.
deny them access to...
They're just gonna fly here. It's like,
During our time
they
in
can
the
do that
Burn,
anytime.
The Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual. But something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrius-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the Burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Doma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the burn.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
It would seem so.
Curious question. Besides Aziz's Law, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the two occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
I'm sorry, what?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
Like, one of them was the one who tried to summon that, Goddess of Beauty or whatever the hell that one was. I don't remember. Those are the snake tribes, aren't they? Couldn't you get time to do? Just send her ass into the burn. Oh no, this is the dragon tribes, isn't it? Azala. Yep. We're gonna go to make out. I'm kidding.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are
Of course. During my time with the Mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted. To these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth, and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
I mean, if it actually can.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
And of course, we gotta go do a whole bunch of running around first. Just go directly there. Pretty sure I never went all the way up there. What the heck am I looking at? I feel like they should be questioning this. This is definitely not natural.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allagan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
What is it?
Yeah, I'm like, are you gonna
While
say?
the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area.
Yeah, it's probably absorbing it.
An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
Wait, is that the one? The Undying? Is that the Undying? I don't remember. What's that? I think that one's the Tribe of the Undying. I don't remember which one this is. No, this was the Undying, wasn't it? Was it that one? Because they're in the desert. Yeah, it was that one. Because they're in the sand. I specifically remember thinking to myself, why in the hell do they have camp there when they're literally surrounded by green? Like, oh yeah, we sweep it out of the grass every now and again. Why? Why the frickin' shit-eating grins all the time? I was the one who caught whatever the point was. Shall we dance? I don't remember what in the hell they called that. I shall gather my witnesses. You can't do it without people cheering you on. Come on.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Hahn.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
was just like, what the
Speak not
fuck?
of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dathal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies. And such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
All right then. What the fuck? I'm like, that can't be the end of it. That is weird as balls.
In death do our souls sing!
Huh? What?
In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing!
I'm not planning on killing her.
In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing! Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so!
Alright.
Come! We have only just begun.
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Alright.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever.
Aren't the mole the ones in charge right now, or has it been too long for that? I thought the mole were the ones in charge. I thought we won that for them. That's why I'm still the Khan. Or the Han? I don't know. There are like three silent
Yet
letters
what
in
should
that.
he find here? But a battle to determine the fate of the steppe. A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
Again, aren't you not in charge right now? Isn't it the mole?
Ugh, these words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
your place!
It doesn't look like something you should be jumping off of.
Forgive me, Brother Magnai, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azir!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this, but if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
I'm playing as Y'shtola now? Yeah. How much? Don't just tell me it restores HP. How much?
Heal or die!
It doesn't really matter, unless you're not actually going to take him down.
Bow down before me!
I'm sorry, did I just heal him for like 42k?
Heal or die!
Mark well and learn! Concentrate!
Heal or die!
Wait, what the hell? You were doing just fine.
Before me!
Mark well and learn!
Heal or die!
got hit by that. What?
Bow down before me! Tremble before the sun!
I feel like it'd be...
Let us be about it!
Uh-huh. Oh god, it's one of these.
Yeah. Aoife, to me.
What in the hell is she doing right now?
Have at you.
Is he gonna try hitting on Y'shtola now? Please no. I just noticed the messages, but he's done that to, like, every woman.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat.
Can you talk with a normal tone of
'Twas
voice?
a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
I was so confused at the start of this because the way that they were doing that, the way he's just proclaiming like the sun and everything, I'm like, aren't the mole in charge? Because I won the mole that battle.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
Y'shtola, why?
Ah.
Are you? Are you my Nama?
God damn it.
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain.
You've... As far as I'm aware, he's done this to Sadu and,
Now, look into my
Serena.
eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am not interested, little son.
Little
Try
son.
again when you've become a man.
What the fuck? All right then. Okay.
Little?
What the fuck?
Little son! Little son! Does it pain you,
What?
little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
Why does she have to mock everyone so fucking much?
We have wasted enough time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
Oh god. And now the tribes are at war again. I, I expected the I expected him to hit on Y'shtola. I did not expect that as a response. Oh god. Whew. Okay. That was a bit much. Fucking little son, Jesus. All right then. You know, just like as far as I'm aware, he's basically hit on every single woman he has ever fought with, which I don't know if that's the best way to go about that. I guess I'm mostly curious why she's basically calling him a child. I mean, I honestly don't know how fucking old, like, the Zayla lived to be. I mean, I was kind of on and off really early on, just because originally my friends wanted me to start, but when I started, they were kind of like finishing off. I think they were finishing off Shadowbringers when I started. So they had kind of already finished everything, and I was like, hey guys, I'm like level 20. And they were like, oh, that's great. But, I'd say that probably for the last 2 or 3 months.
Ether may flow freely to the burn
Last 2 or 3
more.
months, I've actually been playing a decent amount. Although I kind of, I plowed through Stormblood in like 2 days. We had a snowstorm, and I think I played for 36 hours during that snowstorm. So most of Stormblood's a bit of a blur to me at the moment. that like 2 weekends ago. Yeah, I only started after Shadowbringers had already came out. I was originally an Aru, but I was kind of like, I've had that a Realm Reborn Fantasia potion for 20-something levels, and I'd made my character like as tiny as possible, which, if I recall, on the scale, the slider is like 4'8" or something, and I was like, man, I'm so tired of being tiny. So I fantasiaed myself into being a Highlander sometime over the last week, and now I'm like a foot taller than everybody, and it's hilarious. Although a couple of my glamours look really either weird or terrible now. Is that the bunny one? I'm not entirely sure what all the races are called. I know that the humans are like here or something like that. Yeah. They are also tall as fuck for no reason. That was the failed MMO, wasn't it? Or was that the weird one where they did that one where they first did the kind of MMO style combat in... Okay, yeah. I'm pretty sure I played 12 like the tiniest bit, and I was like, I don't really understand what this is, and yeah. Like the combat, I was like, what am I doing? What happened to my turn-based combat? Although, to be fair, I didn't care for 10 either, so... I share the exact same sentiment. I have probably played Tactics like 10 times on my PSP. The battery on my PSP no longer works, so I actually soldered a couple together, and now the thing, I can play it for like 50 hours straight. I have played way too much Tactics, and Final Fantasy IX was probably my favorite one on the PlayStation, not including Tactics. But I didn't really... I don't think I've played 7 since the year it came out, so I don't know if I can be completely objective about that. And 9 has been quite a while. Oh, okay. Lots of cutscenes. before these start, I'm actually going to go refresh my cup of coffee. Okay, got my coffee. Oh hey, there's actually a table in here now.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
Oh god, Oborn Monastery.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Dorma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
I'm like, it's not like,
'Tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together.
Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, I don't have to fight Delita or anything, right? He's dead. Because they made him too much of a badass at the end of that game.
In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that
I
fateful
shouldn't
day in
ask,
Dar.
because I mean, I assume it's coming up here in just a bit.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council.
Or at least I'm hoping to finish off the post-Stormblood story today and start on the Shadowbringers stuff.
I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways.
If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
Question
The
mark
Ascians.
face? Okay. I was...
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
I mean, that's technically the truth. At least as far as we
Does have
know.
the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
I mean, that's because you wanted him to be dead. That was basically what you said, is, oh god, why isn't he dead?
Not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however.
The Empire just seems like it's too fucking
There is
big.
no
How many
shortage of
people do they
individuals
have?
who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
I mean, the Ascians are just gonna come back, at least as far as I can tell.
That way.
was going for my creamer. What the hell?
Must be changed.
They both. I mean, I would like to know both.
Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
Yeah, I gotta look like I'm dying or something right now. Okay, I guess all of us do.
There's a voice.
Spies in our midst.
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
What the fuck is going on?
Is it over?
Master Thancred!
Oh.
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
I mean, at this point, of course, I've seen the trailer for the Shadowbringers, because, of course, it plays when you open the game and don't do anything for a bit.
He would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
You guys have already had a chance to discuss this?
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul. That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether, a consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian La Hebrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
Could the others make out the words, or did they just hear a voice, and I'm the only one who heard
true, where
what was
exactly
said?
Are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
Alright, that certainly was a thing. Okay, I was gonna say, getting half of the conversation here. Like, it isn't just an echo thing, because the echo would basically just be me and I forget what her name is in that cell. Is it doing a meanwhile, or is it just teleporting me?
Urianger! Gods, it's good to see you.
And there is absolutely no other noise in this building.
Circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
That was already established?
And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
There's the thing. As far as I can tell, what he just said is, I couldn't make out the words. Why don't I tell them what I heard?
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed. I shall make it my task to...
calleth to me once more.
He's just staring out into the nothingness.
I hear it too.
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Urianger!
Throw wide the gates.
No! No, this can't be happening!
Ariange passed out? Ariange passed out. I guess Y'shtola did too.
Y'shtola! Urianger! Open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
I'm assuming this is just gonna keep happening until all of them are over there. Although I guess this explains somewhat the Matoya being, I assume, in Y'shtola's body in the trailer for Shadowbringers. Who would I know that would be waiting in Limsa? Is it the pirates? Did she invite the pirates? No, because they're in command. Oh, okay.
Here he is, my lady.
I was like, I don't recognize that name, but it's the kobold, or the... Yeah, it's kobold, isn't it?
Gaboo, it's been too long.
He started
I'm
talking.
afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear. No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
I'm slightly surprised that the kobold didn't say anything at the end of that, with how he looked up at her. Why would the first person we go to not be, like, Matoya? I'm pretty sure that she herself is like a ridiculous library of knowledge at her age and her experience. Again, please stop making them like 10 feet tall. There's no point.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. You'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
I should be the one to sigh. I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree? What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The Founding Father was an Ascian. and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos.
I don't know how I feel about this.
Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power. And there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
Oh, okay. When did he do that? They just watched him pull a gun and they were like,
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
I mean, I figure if he pulled a gun on him, he would have been, you know...
Such a waste of time and energy. Both yours and mine. Lest you forget, you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces
It's
of
like,
game.
damn it, I just shot you. Go away.
Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
I feel like they should have given me that several cutscenes will play in sequence. Set aside sufficient time. The fuck is that guy doing when he died? Oh, wow. The, plain white eyes. Please stop showing her face. I don't need to see her, the fucking full white part of her eyes. Please stop. I don't want to look at that.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring.
It would be etherical,
Does it have to
wouldn't
be
it?
Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle, and Elfino's still missing. Gods, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
She would also be someone we could go to. I don't know where...
I thought you busy delving into the mysteries of Eureka.
I don't remember where in the hell we left her, but you know.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryl. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
I want to know what all of these things he said are, because they keep mentioning that he says stupid shit when he's like really giddy or something, and then he constantly interrupts them. No, don't talk about that. Don't tell them what I said. It's like, but what do you say though?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
All right then. I mean, at least that's not as. I don't know.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault, but I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh?
Don't tell him you heard.
Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me.
So, the thing didn't happen to her. Or at least, I'm assuming she didn't hear the voice, because she hasn't mentioned that kind of thing. It seems like it would be worth mentioning.
All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
We've had that explained to us already.
Yes. The Elder Seed Seer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes?
I'm being pulled into a different
The
realm.
ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Oh, yeah. She hasn't met Matoya yet, has she? We're here to bother you again. This time I brought the actual girl.
Disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one?
Jesus.
I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
Yeah,
What is it?
that's not,
Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. But how is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could their ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the Broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
I'm not entirely sure what they're referring
Let's
to.
not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment.
Who the hell could that
Yes?
be?
I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way.
For a second, I thought they
That was
just forgot
Lys.
to continue
Apparently,
voice
a group
acting.
of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them. I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
What?
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
I'm pretty sure this has to do with the ethereal energy dissipating, becoming thinner or whatever.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain refuse, clogging up the Thaliac.
What?
I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
All right then. Ah, yeah, I'm getting really close to the end of the post-Stormblood stuff now. Nah, I just want to sit out here and look at the palace.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
Why would you leave him? He wanted me to.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This shadow hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
Ha
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascian, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's Guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Do these people not have link pearls? Oh, gonna die now. Oh, give me a second.
Sorrow must be changed.
Shut up, Alphino. Stop it.
Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
You heard it too.
Do you actually understand the voice? I mean,
At least we're both still standing.
it is a crucial detail. Do you know what's being said?
I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
I am gonna go use the bathroom real quick. I wasn't really expecting Serena to be here. How would I know how it compares? Am I gonna run at it? They put up the barrier and then oh, oh well, it stopped me. I mean. Yeah. This is not a dungeon this time, right?
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo with them. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. 1,000 yards. 2,000. 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
I'm mostly curious how they would know how to use it. And of course, right then there's a Garlean. Yeah.
Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift,
right then.
Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us.
They can test the new wall.
Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
I was gonna say, I assume there are people in that.
By the gods. It's Alphino.
And he appears to be unconscious.
What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma. It is it? Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
I mean, I just have to deal with the fact that people know who I am at all times. What?
I, Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given. One I have long since relinquished. Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible! There's no way you could have survived.
Do you remember how it unfolded?
Let's go back to a realm
How I
reborn.
was deceived by La Habrea. How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea. The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Hebrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion. But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the Red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the source. The first was La Hebrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Hebrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us?
Who... Which two did I fight that fused together? I'm pretty sure I knew their names.
As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch. Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Galvas.
The person that we assumed,
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design.
Cloning technology.
Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus. All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus.
You saved my brother's life. So I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
No, let's kick his ass. No, I'm kidding. It is still rather weird.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least.
Oh yeah, he should be dead.
Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
Well, let's go ahead and tell Lys. Hey, you know who we ran into? You know who had Alphino? He has no soul, sir. Meanwhile, again. Okay, I thought there was just someone standing there staring at a fucking control panel.
Our supplies at Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
See that you do.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention.
Okay, why does that matter to you?
A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
Can you shoot him again?
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you.
Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing.
A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence.
What?
Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Shoot him again.
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in Allagan cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the Founding Father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus. Like grandsire, like grandson, hey?
Uh-huh.
If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this...
He just seems so fucking crazy. Sure.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Here. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, where our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news,
He was brought back to us by Gaius van Belsar. What do you mean he's still alive
Alphino
too?
won't wake up. Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right? Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
Okay.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
gods, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it.
And I don't think I'm the most political person in this
Very well.
party right now.
I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
Uh-huh. I'm not fond of politics either.
Oh, you're not, are you? Come on, if Alizé can put on a brave face, then so can you. Now, we don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand should make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Yeah, I don't see this going well. They just have a tent. I'm kind of surprised that it's just a tent. Uh-huh.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance. On behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue. Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and...
I think he's just staring at Hian there.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own...
No.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end.
I'm pretty sure the only way... How would you even know anything about his father, the Archbishop?
Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it. And from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the Twelve's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
What was that mouth movement?
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alisaie says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
All right then. He is trying to get time so that he can just poison us all to death. Even if it means sailing close to the wind. What kind of a saying is that? I don't think these two have ever met, have they? I don't know if I really expect
now then,
anything.
Who
from
would
this.
have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affair surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons pose to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Because we're Asians! No.
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences.
There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
All right then.
What in Rorga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of this star, of the source and its 13 reflections.
I guess I'm not surprised he knows that actually, since he's always hanging out with
Instant of the
Asians.
great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds. I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor
Is
Varus,
that actually what the
do
Ascians
not trust
used
in
to
their
say?
words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
What is this music?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace? I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence. Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard.
Why does he gotta keep saying that?
An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Jesus.
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
And Nanamo can't stand up because she'd be shorter than if she was in the chair.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together, that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
Oh, yeah, on second thought.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
I'm not really sure I have anything to say what happened in there. It's like, after listening to that asshole, I'm ready to go to war.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Ascians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Dorma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
If the Gallians come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Hear, hear!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once.
Okay.
But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
I wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
Did I see... fuck, what's his name? The merchant. The one who always has the mask on, except for that one scene. Right? Oh, okay. That wouldn't be him with an actual weapon. I was just like, why would he be there?
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right. So please, don't you dare leave me alone. No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
I thought it would end with a raid, not a 4-man. Oh, I'm surprised it's a 4-man. Also, very nice quick queue.
Leave this to me.
What is with them abusing dogs? Oh my god, just send these dogs into battle. Oh. Huh. More colossi, huh? At least it starts off basically telling you where it's going to go first, and then you can just run away from it. gonna say, maybe you want to heal him a little bit higher, not just leave him at like half. My eyes! The fucking holy stuff. Ooh, wait, that's actually... Like, the stuff here is actually good. So.
I shan't hold back!
What the fuck? Ooh. More tank gear. You might want to just not stand this man. I don't think any of that's good. Oh god, yes. All of the fending gear.
You underestimate me! Knight does not yield! Out of my way!
Yeah, I needed something to do. Did I get all of it in my inventory? I'm not entirely sure. He was just like, let me go grab some more. Heck is this guy going? much HP does this thing have that we have all these NPCs here too?
This day you die!
Okay then. She just dealt 1,000,000 damage is what it looked like. I keep getting crap and it's filling up my inventory. Why not have the voice? Why aren't they voiced? What? 5 minutes? You really? It better not actually be AFK for 5 minutes. That's excessive. We're at a box. Alright then. Alrighty then. I'm not... What was your purpose exactly? I assume it was more distraction so that they could do the poison thing. That's all I can think of.
There you are, and none the worse for wear.
Indeed. I had hoped we might do more to help, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
You guys have killed too many Asians. We need more evil.
Oh no. Don't tell me. Are you all right? Quickly! We must get her back to the encampment.
So was everyone else, and they're still unconscious after days. Speak with Hoary Boulder. When was the last time I talked to that guy? She is now unconscious. Yo, it has been a while. I've been pretty good. I mean, December and January kind of left me freaking tired because I work at UPS, but you know. A lot of like 10 to 12 hour days, so yeah. They compensate you pretty well though, so they added like $8 an hour for the holiday season. So they were like, you're getting 30 more hours a week, also $8 more an hour while it's going on. Matoya? No. Who? Oh, it's the Garlean. I forget what his... Oh, Maxima. Is there a room over there? I don't remember there being a door on that side. Why does no one ever name it? They're like, okay, it was an acquaintance. It's like, what? No one ever says who it is. They're just like, you know who they are. You go see you. Oh. Forgot that is right here. I haven't actually gone around Mordona in a while. Well, no, they seriously all do that. They're like, oh yeah, you'll remember them when you get there. It's like, yeah, but who? I mean, get there and it's like, what's their name? I don't know. How many people do you think I've met? Oh, is it frickin', yeah, it's Sid. Why is he just... So is he helping the Ironworks with the shield? I have no idea. Yes, he is alive. Although... killing Asians now, apparently. He didn't die, though. He decided not to die so that he could kill Asians. I think if you would have known, you would have just been like, what the fuck are Asians? He used their slogan. Why do you know I'm out here? Like, I'd left town. If you'd gone to the Rising Stones and told someone, I could understand, but you're just like, they're out by they're out by the boat. They're always by the fucking boat. Or I get the ship. So is this when the light fails me and I embrace the darkness and then I blow a chick up entirely as Obliterator according to the the cutscene at the start of the game? I mean, that trailer, it's the one that's there when you open the game is the issue, so occasionally, like, right before I go to start my stream, I'll just have it sitting there, and then the trailer plays, and I'm like, oh, well... I mean, all my friends are just like, there are so many spoilers in that. I'm like, the only thing I know for certain is that I'm assuming Benfilia was, like, reborn as a newborn in between the time of Heaven's Word ending and Shadowbringers starting, because they act like everything is months apart, even though to me I'm just teleporting, so it's like 5 seconds. And Matoya is in Y'shtola's body, which I guess I kind of understand now that this part's happening, that Y'shtola's soul is not in her body at the moment. I've been doing this basically every time. I'm gonna go refresh my coffee, since I'm getting another one of these long cutscene things. Alright, I'll see you around.
There have been several skirmishes along the border, but as yet neither side has delivered a decisive blow. We had long assumed that the Garleans would overwhelm us in a straight fight, but we seem to be gaining ground, albeit slowly. As to why that might be, the most likely explanation is that they have yet to commit all their forces. Still, we're winning, and our latest intelligence suggests the Emperor has retreated back to Garlemald.
Just because he's not there doesn't mean he retreated.
Considering launching an offensive with the aim of pushing the front line forward and giving ourselves some room to breathe.
And you want to put me there?
Commander, the Imperials. They've broken through our defenses to the east.
What?
Our scouts say their forces are being led by Lord Xenos. Lord Heian and Commander Hext have taken their troops to provide support, but we don't know how long they can hold out.
So, they've been biding their time, waiting for his arrival, have they?
I mean, he is the Asian
Well.
hiding in that
Send word
guy's
to our
son's
allies,
skin.
requesting reinforcements for the front line. Should the worst come to the worst, I may need to enter the fray myself. But what of you? Do you still have the strength to fight?
I feel like that's I don't know about that line. Do you have the strength to fight? Only if I get to kick that motherfucker's ass, I guess is what I'm doing.
He may not die as such, but to see Lord Xenos fall on the battlefield would deal a heavy blow to Imperial morale. I'll see to it the men stay clear.
Why won't they open? Please, I bid you open.
What's wrong? Is it the voice again?
It's clear as fuck
Are you
now,
sure you're in
though.
a fit state to do this? May Ralga grant us strength. Give 'em hell, lass. I, for my part, will defend this place to my dying breath.
Isn't that where I am? Why are you doing a meanwhile? It's either where I am or where I'm going. God, that fucking... That thingy has those swords in it. So fucking stupid. Oh, am I playing as Heian now? Uh-huh. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm like, am I supposed to have... I don't know what those skills are. Why would I know that?
This one's for you, Ada.
Still can't do that move. Yeah, why are you coming to me? Yeah, what is going on?
Here it comes.
The weave of a shinobi's power.
Yeah, I'm like, why are we not doing anything to him?
The art of my forebears.
Is but a few hundred yalms away. Alright. Again, I don't understand why they're all 10 feet tall. Oh, yeah, it is the Asian. I was gonna say, why can he use magic? I thought that was not a thing. But yeah, it's the Asian, not
Damn you!
Did she do that with her bare fist?
magic with a Garlean body. That's hardly fair.
You knew it was the Ascian, didn't you? That was like that was an entire thing.
He must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Ah, bringer of light. It has been too long. No words to mark our reunion? So be it. Equilibrium must be restored, and only your death will redress the balance.
I would hope so. I'm fighting as me. I thought that was gonna... Doesn't that normally knock you back? I'm sorry, what? That was really high-pitched for me. Purple balls. Go back to casting Spark, I guess. I'm waiting for him to do something threatening for my cooldowns, but he's not really doing anything. Okay. You did it again. I beat you when you used polymerization with a dragon.
Your mother chose her champion well. Yet, for all your strength, you will still fail.
Please, I beseech you.
Someone calls to you. Too late, alas.
I'm sorry, is he wearing normal shoes? He's got all that fucking armor, and then he's just got, like, some leather shoes on.
At last, I found you.
Guy with the crystal hand, okay. Saw that in the cutscene. Or the trailer for Shadowbringers.
Please, there's no cause for alarm. Though, I confess, this is not where I had intended to meet. But the place of our meeting is of no consequence, like the war you wage. Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. The better path leads you here, to me. I have need of your strength.
I mean, there...
I'm afraid such questions will have to wait. We have precious little time, and your work is not yet done. Go to the Crystal Tower. I have left something for you near its base. It will serve as a beacon of sorts. One which I pray will help you on your journey. All you need do is find it. I will take care of the rest. Soon, we will throw wide the gates, and the path to the first will be yours to walk at last.
The first. I don't know what that means, but yeah. Why am I in Ishgard?
You're awake. Thank heavens. Do you recall the confrontation with Xenos? You were the first to come to the aid of Mistress Lys and the others on the front line.
I remember that.
In the midst of your duel, it is said you faltered, and that the Crown Prince seized the opportunity to deliver a mortal blow.
At which point, I completely samurai'd his ass, as is the trailer.
Yet before his blade could find its mark, he was distracted by the arrival of a second adversary who bore you away from the battlefield and into the hands of our chirurgeons.
Chirurgeons. I don't think that's how that was said before.
Lest you wonder, he left before you awoke. As is his wont. Estinian never was one for emotional farewells. Though Xenos bested all before him, the battle clearly took its toll, for he retreated shortly after your rescue. Seeing this, the remaining Imperial forces decided discretion was the better part of valor and pulled back, allowing us to re-establish our position. We have since received word of renewed unrest in the provinces, doubtless inspired by the efforts of the Eorzean Alliance and our Far Eastern allies. Nor does the good news end there. We have also come into possession of intelligence suggesting unrest within the Imperial Court. This would certainly explain why both the Emperor and Lord Xenos appear to have abandoned the fight. A long-awaited ray of hope in these dark times.
And now our world is destroyed by the exact same way that the Warriors of Darkness's world was gonna be destroyed that time. There's too much light. Boom.
Yet to awake, I'm afraid. But please, concentrate on your own recovery for now. You have carried the hopes of some half-dozen nations, and we are all eternally grateful for your efforts. But no one is without their limits, not even you. Leave this fight to us, my friend. You have earned your rest. But before I forget, I was asked to deliver a message as soon as you awoke. A reminder that you are not alone, though many of your allies have fallen. When you are well and rested, you are to return home, where friends will be waiting for you. Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to the front. May we meet again soon, under happier circumstances.
I'm going straight back to war. Yeah, I assumed it was going to be the Rising Stones. I saw Tataru.
By the 12! I don't believe it!
I half expected them to animate her, like, jumping up into your arms.
I rushed back as soon as I could. I swear, my heart nearly stopped when I heard you'd collapse like the others. What in heaven's name is going on? Win or lose, the path you walk leads only to oblivion. Oh, well, that's helpful. And what else did he say? The better path leads to him? If his is the voice you've all been hearing, perhaps the others are with him. Sir Emmerich said the fighting had reached a stalemate, didn't he? But if that monster masquerading as Xenos comes back... Thancred, Yestola, Urianger, Alphino, Alize. You're going to need all of them on your side to defeat him. And I forbid you from going to face him on your own. Do you hear me? So if you must leave, go and find the others. Bring them home. As for where to start, you said the stranger had left a beacon for you at the Crystal Tower, right? But how are you to find it, now that the tower has been sealed shut? There has to be a way. If anyone would know, it's Sid, and the researchers of St. Coinac's find. Don't you worry, we'll find that beacon for you.
Okay, back to More conversations with them.
I pray you have good reason for abandoning the front.
How could I remain there while the rumor that my son is possessed by a demon spreads like a sickness here at home? I will not be made to fight for the throne a second time. But what of you? Did you not tell me you would destroy Eorzea's champion with the ease that one might swat a fly?
A minor setback. She will not escape me again. Where is your grandsire? I would have words with him.
How should I know? Do you hide from each other's sight as well? I imagine he's doing what all Ascians do.
He must have found a way to take advantage of this turmoil.
Men are not pawns to be played with, Ascian. You underestimate us at your peril. This war will not be decided by you and yours. Man must choose his own fate, and I, for my part, will do all within my power to see Garlemald emerge victorious.
Pray forgive the intrusion, Your Radiance, but the requested preparations are now complete.
Ah, yes. Now they have,
We stand ready to begin production of
yeah,
Black
that.
Rose upon your order.
Is he gonna say no? All right then. As far as I'm aware, nothing's gonna happen in the credit scene. So. I'm sorry, what'd you make this? When you took my measurements, I was like 4'8", now I'm like 6'3", so... that's concerning.
My enemy. My friend. Had I been but a step faster.
Bloody savages!
You're the one who saw someone and immediately pulled out your weapon and started charging them.
A pity your hunt leads you elsewhere. Not that I am surprised. May you find joy in it. Grow stronger, more savage, and savor every triumph. In the meantime, I will reclaim that
which is rightfully mine.
Which would be what exactly? I really need to stop carrying around so much crap. I don't care. Really matter. My scholar has the level 70 stuff already. Oh, whoop. Now where to put it? I don't really feel like I need a new weapon yet. Why give me a chest with an item level that's literally only 15 higher than the one that you gave me before? At least if I recall, I've got like a 370 or something like that. And it's been a while since they gave me that. That is a dramatic change in the quest music. I no longer have that little sprout next to my knee. Is it the swiftest way when I can just fly?
Look how many people there are! Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business. So we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
Not really sure it's gonna be a device. I figure it's just gonna be something magic.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Sorry, I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in.
We need to look for something, but you can't look that deep yet. We haven't looked through it yet.
What's that you got there?
Some kind
now
of
that
cog.
looks promising.
A clock?
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
All right then.
The dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you. Say your spirited accounts always comes in well.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Mandilia?
Your time has not yet come.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Is it nighttime? Yeah, my character. Nighttime.
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, yet he'd reply.
You look like a rotten old drunk. I just walked up and you're drinking straight from the bottle.
Years ago, that's when.
How the fuck do you know when it's night then, if the sun never goes down?
You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
What? Does he think I'm plastered?
Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium. dizzying heights it rises. The gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
Halt! Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not.
All right.
This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions. From where do you hail?
Yeah. The source? The source. The source? I'm pretty sure if I say Olda, she's just like, the fuck is that?
Do you take me for a fool?
Yeah.
No such place exists.
Also, what is that
Had
accent?
you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand. Ring and all.
What?
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort her to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known.
Why the X?
Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private. Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
I don't feel like I had much of a choice.
I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused?
An inkling, yes. I can only beg your forgiveness. Matters here forced my hand. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. Though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try, for in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
You better have some bitchin' tea in your private quarters.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Would no one answer the call of fucking this world up so that we aren't engulfed by primordial light? I'm pretty sure that they don't need to do this. They can just put the markers on the map and I'll find it. The right and down the where now? Crystal clear. I can't tell you, because what I'm going to tell you is that I hail from a place, a person that you're not allowed to ask where they hail from hails from. Like, really, the way that it's like, if they ask you where you're from, just tell them that you're from where I'm from, because then they can't ask where you are, where that is. It's like, oh, okay. Alright then. I don't know why you had to put that in quotes. You've learned part about the life in the Crystarium. Quote unquote. I guess I actually do have to go all the way around then, don't I? No, just stairs over here leading down. Is that not up here? No idea. Oh, is it further up? Oh, that's the one that was above, yeah. That should be slightly better labeled then. Just put the arrows on it like everything else. Alright, I found their library. What? What? Yeah, I don't, huh? It's a little, it seems slightly obsessive, though. Just walk into a library. Have you perchance brought a scrap with something scribbled on it? I need new literature. Alright then. Here, I have this pop-up book. You seem a tiny bit too enthusiastic about that. Villains known as the Warriors of Light. Alright then. These villainous warriors of light killed the person of darkness, and now we're fucked. Were they up the stairs? No, I don't remember. No, there it is. Humes? I'm pretty sure Humes is just humans, and for some reason he's not using the N. I assume they're just humans here. You know, the non-beast people. Galgant? Okay. Sita? Yeah. Before I start what I assume is going to be a cutscene that moved me, I might as well attune to this one. Why are these items? What? Did I take notes? Oh, are these? I did not realize that these were individual pieces of armor. I remember, but I don't think he knows who that is. Yeah. That happened in my world, not here. So he was trying to summon me to his private chambers, and the first time I was just like, nah, I'm going back.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow Scions. To put it simply, they are here in the First. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the Source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the First, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted.
Why would it fluctuate?
That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time.
Contrivances for, why I can go back and forth between worlds right now.
As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5. Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the First for almost a year. My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Yeah, I mean...
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future. That which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the First was rejoined with the Source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die. And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the First, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least? Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around. This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough.
It's so many contrivances right now.
Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice. From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter. Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
I'm sorry, does he have a cash register? And what in the hell? Those keys?
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld. Avan Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
What the fuck?
My dear Feo Uv, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine lady is a friend from a distant realm, and we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from her home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift?
How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
Yes.
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Snay Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other.
I don't know how I feel about this pixie right now. Also, I think it's Scottish. It's like, what the fuck?
Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
It's so demanding. Holy
You may
crap.
have a message to your friends in the Source to inform them of your safe arrival.
I mean, yeah, Tataru would probably be the one to tell.
Consider it done.
She'll literally tell everybody.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by Pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
I walked by a summoning bell and I was gonna look at my retainers, but I guess I wouldn't have been able to anyway. Did I get this one? No, I didn't. I assume they got some real good blackout curtains. Is that a persimmon? No. I don't think that's how you use doors. The Warrior of Darkness from before? Yeah.
I know you. You're the Warrior of Light from the Source.
What? Why would my memory be that short?
What? Did you just... You can hear me? Oh, gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back. If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood.
Were they from the first?
thought
I don't
our
remember,
home doomed.
actually.
And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source, and try to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours.
It was the
remember our
first.
audience with Minfilia.
I could have swore that there
She
was
listened to
like
our
something
pleas
else.
And returned our souls to the first. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrant, Minfilia and my friends. They surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away. Leaving me to bear witness. Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
About 100.
100 years. 100 long years. My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that?
I was gonna say, am I going to tell him that I'm actually here in the first? You aren't just somewhere randomly, I mean... I'm here to be the Warrior of Darkness.
You were summoned to save the first. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it. Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
No one sleeps like that. Absolutely nobody. Just on back, arms on both sides of you, nah. That's a corpse. What was it? The tiger knee position or some crap. Most comfortable sleeping position.
How did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest?
I talked to your warriors of light.
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts.
Why wouldn't I just tell him who it was? Why? I'm like, oh, it was a ghost. It wasn't your guys' warriors of light or anything. Not the guys who started the flood. That is irrelevant.
This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the flood of light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Il-Meg. That is where you'll find Urianger. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armarang. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe.
Alrighty then.
So, will it be Calicia or Armarang? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you have made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin Eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
I mean, I've seen the trailer. If he's already traveling around with like a 9-year-old Minfilia, that's a tiny bit sketch. Oh well. I unfortunately have to go to bed so that I can be at work in like 9 hours. But I will likely be on again tomorrow afterwards. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, and thanks for hanging out.